So the substitute teacher comes in and says her name is Mrs. Duty. And everyone's looking at me like, take it, Bart, run with it. And it hits me. I've become a clown. A class clown. And it sickens me.
Welcome in, everybody. Slim, Zeke. Thank you so much for the resubscription, Zeke. 9 months. Really impressive. I appreciate the dedication, and today I intend to repay your dedication with a full single-session playthrough of Onimusha Warlords. We are playing the HD version, which is why we're in widescreen. I'm not happy about that. There's a 4x3 mode here. 4x3 only applies to the game and not the menus. That's really stupid. So we have to play in widescreen, and I'm not happy about that. We're playing with the Japanese language. It's one of those things of like, this is originally a 4x3 game. It's pre-rendered backgrounds, so to make it widescreen, you're zooming in, basically, to what it is. It's the same with like Remake and RE0. But the menus in this are still in widescreen for some reason, even if you put it in 4x3. So like, I'm not overly happy about that. I was very tempted to just play the PS2 version. But I want the ability to, if we head over to the controls, change swords and change to the bow and gun without going into the menu. I would like to do that. Regular in-game menus, I will show you once we start. There's also a thing of like, since the start of the idea of doing Onimusha, I've kind of wanted to do it in Japanese, with the Japanese voices. Onimusha Warlords HD re-recorded all of the Japanese dialogue, but only the Japanese dialogue. The English dialogue is the same as it was in its original release, which is to say, terrible. Which can be fun, but I want this to be like a serious playthrough. So again, I was like, maybe I'll just do the original PS2 version. For the original Japanese. But here we are on PC. It leaves us open to go back to the original in some form in the future, in doing the Xbox release again, Onimusha, which has a bunch of tweaks and changes, and is effectively like playing a range mode. If we remember the original Resident Evil in Director's Cut, it had original and a range mode. It's like that, and that's something that should have been included in this release. But it's not, and it was this game was updated last week, I think. Adds a new Hell mode, which is a Devil May Cry idea that began with Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition. Heaven or Hell mode, where you die in one hit and enemies die in one hit. But this is more like the Devil May Cry 4 Hell or Hell mode, where you die in one hit and enemies don't. And it's just like, they should have added like a Genma mode as an arrange mode, because this is not a long game. Even on your first playthrough, this is not a long game. And it would have really added some life to it. It's odd, because like, there's effort in this release in places, and then there's laziness in a lot of other places. As you would expect from one of these Capcom HD remasters. But we're going to play it. We're going to have some fun with it. Clem, you are dedicated as well, I know. Welcome in. Twitch says it's my stream anniversary. My affiliate anniversary, I'm always of the opinion that was in February, but I forget. I was holding on to that for like 2 or 3 months before I committed to it. But yeah, here we are. We're going to play it in Japanese. There's a couple of reasons I wanted to do it in Japanese originally. The main reason is consistency. because they keep the same voice actors in Japanese. For example, Samanosuke is played by Takeshi Kaneshiro. In the English version, he isn't, of course. He's played by, I forget who plays him in this, and then when he returns in Onimusha 3 Demon Siege, he's played by Robert Atkin Downes, and it's a good performance, and I enjoy it, but I wanted the consistency. But practically, the reason we're going to play this in Japanese right now is because there is a cutscene in the game that is censored if you play it with English voices and uncensored with Japanese. Another reason to consider not playing the HD version and playing the original instead, the HD version has a new soundtrack. The original soundtrack was one of the ones composed by, what was it, Samoromo, find that name. Yeah, exactly, Ninja, thank you. Welcome in. Mamoru Samaragochi. So the entire soundtrack is credited to him. In reality, it's Takeshi Nigaki, who was his ghost composer. The original soundtrack's really good, but rather than try and work out who actually was responsible for it, for the HD version, they just redid the soundtrack. So, like, it's worth playing the original PS2 version still, I think. I imagine, like, if you're willing to play PS2 games either through emulation or actual hardware, Onimusha Warlords is not a difficult game to find and was never expensive, and I don't believe it's expensive for the minute. But yeah, these are the caveats I wanted to put out for this stream. I found a mod that would restore the original soundtrack, but it doesn't loop properly and only affects the English voice track, and I didn't want that. So again, it was like, maybe I'll play the PS2 version just for all of these reasons. But I want to play the PC version for the ability to change swords and bow without going into the menus. So let's just play the video game and enjoy Onimusha Warlords for what it is. A really fun game. A game that is closer to Resident Evil than Dino Crisis is. There's also the thing of, like, these cutscenes look... It's absolutely closer to Resident Evil than Dino Crisis is. These cutscenes look like they've been AI upscaled. Like, they've got that kind of shimmery effect that isn't overly appealing. Also, this is one for Teak. I fucking hate the font in this game. So the entire cast has been replaced in the HD version for the Japanese voice track. It's all re-recorded. The only returning voice actor is Takeshi Kaneshiro as Samanosuke Akechi. Onimusha end up with something of a reputation, having really impressive CG cutscenes. Onimusha 2 had the first motion captured horse, and Onimusha 3's opening is just amazing. This is a good shot. You can really feel the possibility that it's been AI upscaled. Onimusha Warlords. Because there's two sets of cutscenes. There's the Japanese cutscenes and the English cutscenes. They're separate cutscene files, which is kind of crazy. It's why you can't change the language in-game.
夜な夜な怪しきもののけが徘徊し候。女中近習、行き方知れずに愛なり候こと、相次ぎ。恐ろしきこと、限りなし。噂にては、もののけは人を喰らい、地の底に引きずり込み候。兄義達に訴え候ども、尾張との戦、迫り候にて、それどころではなきありさまにて候。 先の父道三殿と兄義達殿との戦にては左之助様とは敵味方に分かれざるを得ず候。数年の月日が経ち候どもユキが御頼りにし申し上げ候は幼なじみにていとこの左之助様お一人のみにて候。この文がお手元に届き候はぜひに ユキを助けに参らせ候。ユキは一日先週の思いでお待ち申し上げ候。
So the idea is this is the letter that Samanosuke was holding in his hand, and why he charged into the keep to find Princess Yuki, because she sent him this letter and he received it.
姫様を本丸に連れ去ったとしたら道は2つしか考えられません。今は使われていない百曲街道、もしくは北側の大手道です。
楓、俺は北に行く。お前は向こうから回ってくれ。
分かったわ。
If you are more into this game, Clem, I would recommend checking out the original soundtrack as well, because it is a good soundtrack. So now, as promised, let's take a look 4x3. Okay. What's the point of it being in 4x3 if the menus are still going to be in 16:9? Alright. How can you say this is clunky? Look how smoothly I can move. So, this does like Resident Evil Remake HD did, in like, you've got full analog control. I will not be using it. We will be doing proper tank controls as God intended. Seriously, I really don't like this font. It's weirdly thin. Like, the original font in the original game, I think, really fits. It's a classic Capcom-era font. And I'm disappointed that they changed it. Oh wow, I went like 3 steps and immediately found Princess Yuki. That's right, bitches. Run.
Yukihime.
サマノスケ。よかった。やっぱり来てくれたのですね。
Right, it's really me. Samanosuke.
サマノスケがこの城を去ってから心細くて私。
I think one thing you've really got to recognize with this game, though, Clem, is like, it's the first of a new series, and it was released in 2001. Like, I've always maintained this is a fairly strong start, but it's more a proof of concept than anything. And that the sequels get so much better. Which is why I was always disappointed that Capcom remastered this and then didn't touch the series again. And why I'm like, great, we're finally getting Onimusha 2 HD.
汝のために我らの力を授けよう。
Did they retranslate the subtitles, I wonder? No, they didn't. So, this is referred to as the clan of ogres in Onimusha 1. In the future games, it will be they'll be referred to as Oni. And it's like, it's one of those things of like evolving translation, but it's weird that they called them ogres when the title of the game is Onimusha. And as a result, I will refer to them as the Oni clan, rather than the ogre clan. In the same sense of like, they refer to the demons as demons, but
俺に化け物の力をくれるっていう
the future games all refer to them as Genma, which is the Japanese name for demons, but it helps them stand out when you specifically mean the Genma. I know how to play this game, fuck off. Look at my Oni prowess. They'll never be able to stop me. I feel like Resident Evil 1 only necessarily controls better in the sense that it's ranged combat rather than melee combat. As far as the games go, I prefer this to RE1. Like, I really do. Bitch. Oh. Oh, this man's dead. I think it's probably like a growing experience. Like, it gets better as you get used to it, though it is still a little clunky here and there. Again, like, the sequels do better. But it also, I think, lends a tactical edge. Okay, that was odd. It lends a tactical edge to the combat. Similar to Dark Souls. Is Onimusha the Dark Souls of Resident Evil? No, it's fucking stupid. What are you talking about? Well, it's also slower paced than Devil May Cry or Ninja Gaiden. But you're supposed to feel at a disadvantage a lot, and it's part of your growth. You grow to become more advantaged thanks to your Oni Gauntlet.
本丸はこの先か。
はい、そこから伸びる林道が本丸への近道です。
わかった。
Fucking go. One thing that's going to be a little awkward for me to get used to is, you know, on the PS2 version, the quick turn is the right trigger, is R2. In this, it's clicking the right thumbstick. Yeah, fucking have it. The fun thing with this, Clem, is, like, I'm in a worse position than you are with this game in particular, because I played the Xbox version originally, and I hated it, because the Xbox version is so much harder. Did the monster do this? You can't get around it. It seems you can't come back once you go down this hole. I feel like the reason you can't come back once you jump down this hole specifically is the areas before this hole are specifically at, like, sunset. Whereas once we come out of this hole, it's nighttime. But yeah, the Xbox release, Genma Onimusha, it's, like I say, it's like an arrange mode. And it's arrange mode specifically with the intent of being so much harder. and it's not the way you want to experience this game for the first time. You've got stuff like tougher enemies being introduced way earlier. Items in different locations and such. Sogen's Note. The Oni Gauntlet. I should have read that for you guys. I'll read that for you guys. I feel like you complain so much, Clem. They call it Ogre in this. It's supposed to be Oni. Like, very specifically Oni. I feel like I explained this less than 5 minutes ago. You might be trying to get a rise out of me. To the brave one who, like, look at the contrast between, like, the title at the top and the explicitly different font for the note. Like, what the fuck? To the brave one who finds and is reading this scroll, cast all thoughts aside and heed my words. There exists an Oni's gauntlet that draws its power from the souls of those who were slain by Genma. Master its secrets and great powers will be yours. Remember, without the power of the Oni, you are no match for the Genma. Sogen. So Ninja mentioned, like, the gauntlet changes appearance as you go through the game. My favorite thing... Oh, yeah. My favorite thing is that your weapons change appearance as they level up. Thank you. I am saying Siri. Yeah, you can see it zoomed in here with, like, the way the camera moves up and down like this. Like, this isn't right. Fucking hate it. I swear to God, I am so fucking close to just turning this off and playing the PS2 version instead. Fuck it. Why? Pressing escape is, pressing escape is drain, souls. Alright, give me a second. Doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Yeah, that way we can look at the original soundtrack, which, like, can't anymore. So, filter, crop, bring. Don't worry, I've got the assets. We can do this real quick. And because I was never overly fond of that picture of Nobunaga. I'll use the other one. So much now. Yeah, it's fine. It goes over the camera frame a little bit. And make sure I remember to add you in go. There we go. Japanese. Right, we're doing it all again from the beginning. What's that, ninja? Guess you kinda sure. Music composer Mamoru Samuragochi. Which, like, let's be very clear about this. Oh yeah, I love those. I mod those back in wherever I can. Takashi Nigaki. There we go. Yeah, I mod those back in wherever I can. RE2 make and RE3 make on PC, specifically modded so they start with "this game contains scenes of explicit violence and gore." I don't think these FMVs have subtitles. What an odd thing for a game that allows you to play in Japanese. Like, even this FMV looks so much better. It's like, yeah, you can see the artifacting and everything, but it looks better. It doesn't look weirdly smooth. Like it's been AI upscaled. It's fine. I've never been against playing games as they were originally intended. Let's be fair, how many times on this stream have I specifically said, like, there's an HD version of this game, but we're going to play the original release? Remember, I did that for Remake. I specifically played Jill's Scenario and Remake on the GameCube version rather than the PC version. And I only did the PC version for Chris because I lost the save data. But no, like, this is a really good soundtrack. Unless there's good reason not to play the original, if I have access to the original, I'll play the original. Because, like, so often, these HD remasters have reasons not to play them over the originals. Like, there'll be something worse about them than the originals. So I believe Nobunaga's death here, and then the fact that he's resurrected and dies later in the series, is a reference to what was believed to be his death. Like, he was thought to have died, and then at two separate points, and I believe that this is explicitly a reference to that. But I'm not entirely aware of, like, Japanese history, so don't quote me on anything I say. I will say that these FMVs involving Nobunaga are, like, super confusing if you don't know what's going on. And it's like, but didn't he die? Yes. This font was pretty much the same in the HD version, I'll be honest with you, Teak. The in-game font, however, I think is much better in this than the HD version. Look at that, that's way better. That's a classic Capcom font. You got it, Ninja. Um, 13. Probably fine. Yeah, like, you can say this is an uninspired font, but, like, it looks so much better than that oddly thin font that the remaster uses. Really don't like that. Alright, so let's actually do this, shall we? Bitch. So I don't believe you can actually kill those things.
Hime, Yukihime.
やっぱり来てくれたのです。
Yeah, like you need the gauntlet for it.
様之助がこの城を去ってから心細くて私。
So I'm going to refer to several creatures in this game that aren't explicitly named by their explicit names. Like this chunky bitch is Osric. And I want you... I'm not going to tell you the connection of the names. I want to see if you guys can put it together yourself. By the time we get to the Genma Scientist, you should have figured it out.
Yuki-hime.
様之助様之助様之助目を覚ませ様之助
Really feel like they should have retranslated the script for the HD version.
今の汝では現場を制すことかなわぬ汝のために我らの力を授けよう我らは現場に施されし鬼の一族様之助現場を倒し魂をその小手に封じよ
これは
様之助現場を滅ぼすのだ
The Gauntlet's a cool idea. Man, I can't wait till we get to
こ
Onimusha
れに
3.
化け物の力をくれるっていうわけか。この小手で腕が引きちぎれるまで戦いって。
I got instructions. A broken turret is blocking the road, but you have no time to turn back. You must find and save Princess Yuki. Yes. Alright, let's go. Dun 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 dun. That man is dead. Hello. That's right, one of you is getting stabbed. Ah, yeah. Look at this. Look at this quick turn action. It's so much more natural for it to be on the right trigger. This is why modern games need, like, fully customizable controls. And one of the big advantages of emulation is you can customize those controls yourself. With key mapping. You motherfucker. Yep. key mapping is essential to playing the original Devil May Cry on PS2 now.
どうするよ倒したって
Because, like, let me tell you what the controls for Devil May Cry on PS2 are. Triangle is jump.
お前ら
Square and X are both shoot.
悪いすまん
Circle is sword attack.
お前たち一体どうしたんだ
あいつらどこからともなく現れて襲いかかってきやがった
この分だと本丸も敵に襲われているかもしれません
Awful.
本丸はこの先だな
はい
So remap the controls so it matches. It's one thing I give Devil May Cry HD Collection credit for. They remap the controls to match the later games. Those are the OG controls, Ninja. Devil May Cry HD changes them to be closer to Devil May Cry 2 and 3. It's the same as anything, Ninja. You play what you've got. And it's not that the original controls are bad, it's that the original controls are awkward when you know the controls of Devil May Cry 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the trouble. Alright, let's go get the Ryzen. Because we've been going long enough without doing that. I want my good sword. You motherfucker. Yeah, I don't want to use the katana anymore. I want to use the Bishamon sword. Alright. So we already read this. Honestly, it's probably the Ryzen. I like its balance between speed and power. Enryu's really good, but it's a little slower. I do love the Shippu for its speed, and there are certain enemies I will favor it with. But overall, I think Ryzen is the most practical of the three. But like, which one I use is very specific on situation, and I can make do with all of them. Because they're all good weapons. There's not a bad one among them. Alright, Journal 1. Master Sogan and I followed the monster that had been kidnapping people around town and have been led to this cave. The cave seems to be a nest for demons. Every kind of monster imaginable, and even ones I never would have believed exist here. They call themselves Genma. They hate sunlight and seem to have lived underground since before the human race began. My master has already made up his mind to go into this cave. I'm confident that my master has the power to dispel the demons. I have little talent for drawing, and I also have faith and courage, so that I will not be afraid of the monsters. Therefore, I'm going to record everything I see. This is going to be the most bizarre book in history. Samyo. Right, here we go. The Thunder Orb. And then we have access to magic attacks. Yeah, to an extent. No, I fucked it. No, I fucked it. Nope. Don't worry, I'll make up for this with the sliding block puzzle, I promise you. Okay, what the fuck? There we go. These trick treasure boxes, you'll think are like, oh, bonuses if you're smart enough to solve them. No, basically all of them are essential. You need to open them. I think there's like one exception, and that is the one behind the waterfall that has the great armor, I think it's called. I could, like, use this now. What we're supposed to do is gain all the volumes, and it will give you the name that you need. I could do that now. I'm not going to, because it would effectively be cheating of a kind. Like, knowing the safe codes in RE2 make before you're supposed to. But unlike RE2 make, I respect this game. Here we go. There we go. So, as you go through this game, you'll find doors with orbs like that. And the number of orbs on it corresponds to how high you need the level of the weapon to be. And it can be a little frustrating because if you don't level your equipment right, it's going to lead to you having to grind for souls. My general recommendation is level up an orb for each weapon as you get it. Yeah, so, we'll go into the... Ah, shit. I got distracted. We'll go into the Enhance menu and take a proper look at it. But, like, the best way to really handle it is very much... to like level up each orb as you get them. I will say, welcome back, Clem. I will say the ground stab is really frustrating to consistently pull off. Nope. Nope. Oh, fuck. There you go. So here we have a red orb, which means we need a red orb for our gauntlet, which gives us the fire sword. Whenever you see guys around like this, you want to prioritize saving them. Because if they survive this encounter, they'll give you something. An herb. Okay, it's another box. Awesome. The medicine. Kind of crazy how fast you get both the Ryzen and the Enryu. So we can enhance Ryzen, which would be the sword, and we can enhance Shiden, which is the orb. Prioritize enhancing the orb first. A little bit more, because then we can open the level 2 lightning orb. And I think comfortably, like, we can do one level of the orb, and then one level... We're about to get the fire orb, do one level of that, and then do one level of the Ryzen and the Enryu each before we get the Shippu. And then one level of the wind orb, and then the Shippu. So yes, this is Osric, never named in-game. My pro tip for the bosses is absolutely use the magic attacks. What they're there for. Make no mistake, Osric can be really dangerous on your first playthrough. That probably should have hit me. And that's how you no damage the first boss.
今度はお前がネズミの餌になりやがれ。
Journal 2. I am a sad, pathetic coward. Oh, this must be Clint's journal. Was that harsh? That was harsh. That was very harsh. I'm a sad, pathetic coward. Weak and unworthy of the priesthood. My master was seriously injured during the battle against the demons. I could not do anything. I could not save my master. He asked me to bring his wounded body back to the entrance of the cave. Then he began to perform his final ceremonial rites. He made up his mind to offer his life and die there as a human sacrifice. With his remaining powers, he is trying to sacrifice himself and set up barriers at the entrance of the cave so the demons cannot get out. My master gave me a document and a jewel and then ordered me to leave the cave. That was the most embarrassing moment of my life. I felt relieved to know that I could come out of the cave. I was too happy to be leaving to be worried about my master. I could only think of myself. Afterwards, I hid the document and the jewel and I came back to my master's place of sacrifice. I will never have willpower like that of my master. All I can do is learn as much as I can as testament of my findings. Sanyo. That was very harsh. I apologise for that. The fluorite. Stir.
美しい血が滴りこいつも私の手にかかればなんだこの匂いは誰だそこにいるのはなんだ人間か
てめえも玄馬か
大した口の利きようだお前のような威勢のいいやつに会うのは信長以来だな
信長
いいことを教えてやろう桶狭間で死んだ織田信長をよみがえらせたのはこの私だ信長は我ら玄馬と契約を結んだ未来永遠の玄馬に
Guildenstern's fun.
そうだついさっきできたばかりの新しい息子を見せてやろう
Again, not named in this game. But he will be named in Onimusha 3. Hey, how you doing, Peach? This is Reynaldo. Reynaldo has a gimmick. If you kill it with a horizontal slash, it will split in two. The Fire Orb. Now we have the Enryu, which is not a katana, it's a broadsword. The big stone board. Now we can leave. Because we need the fire orb to escape, because Osric destroyed the door. Itch. Now what happens to the other one? Okay, now you're gonna fucking get it. There we go. These bastards. I forget what these things are called. But the gimmick is they will absorb souls before you can, and then they'll disappear. If you can kill them before they disappear, the souls they drop is actually more than they absorb. Seriously. That's a big bonus there. Oh, fucking rude. Yes, it is. They're really awkward to fight. I've never found a good, reliable way of dealing with them. Okay, so Shiden at level 2 now. So now we can open lightning doors with 2 orbs on them. Koen's to level 2, so we can open fire doors with 2 orbs on them. And right now I'm going to prioritize putting Ryzen up to level 2 as well. So red orbs are basically your upgrade currency. The blue or white orbs, depending on what you think they look like, refill your magic meter, and the yellow orbs are health. Check this door, marked by red ink. Very Resident Evil. So this... Oh, you fucking... So, like, there you've got the big problem with fighting these things. So, all those souls are gone now. And there's not a good way of actually dealing with them. Not without the bow, at least. This game came out in 2001, Peach. It's an early PS2 game. Once you've got the bow, use, like, letting those things absorb souls and then killing them, especially if there's several in one room, is a really good way of getting more souls. Because they give out more than they absorb. That was an Eason. The Eason's a specific counter move. There are 2 types. There's the attack Eason and the... Motherfucker. And the dodge Eason. They're essentially counter-attacks. In this game, Samanosuke is the only one who can do it. In later games, everybody will become capable of doing it. It's big damage, almost guaranteed to be an instant kill. And they'll almost always drop health. Oh yeah, Resident Evil was probably like the biggest inspiration on this. Supposedly, the working title of this was Biohazard Sengoku. And like I said earlier, like I said earlier, I feel like this is closer to Resident Evil than Dino Crisis is. So here we are, the Inabayama Keep. Yeah, from what I can tell, this began life as a Nintendo 64 game. How fuck were you? It began life as a Nintendo 64 game. Moved over to the PlayStation and then ended up on PS2. The map of the keep. Well, goodbye. Alright, so, do we have enough to finish upgrading the Ryzen to level 2? Yes, we do. And the appearance changes. There you go. So now I'm absolutely going to equip the Ryzen again. We're going to have it on level 2 for quite a while before we upgrade it to level 3. I forget what his name is. He's not named in this. It's like Minagoro or something. Thank you. Now I'm going to head back in here and refill my souls again. He has a voice, but he won't speak to us until after we kill Stylado. Yeah, after we kill Stylado is when he'll speak and offer us access to the Dark Realm. Which we're aiming to do.
そこで何をしている誰だお前はそれに今の小僧は
女しかさ斎藤家では見かけない顔だなお主ひょっとして明智様之助殿ではやはりいやこんなところでお会いできるとは拙者織田家家臣木下藤吉郎でござる
この男こそ後に天下を取る太閤豊臣秀吉である
This is a weird moment because the narrator just chimes in and says, "This man will be important later."
お主織田家に仕える気はござらんか
And by important later, it means to Japanese history, not to the game.
断れ自由気ままに生きるのが俺の生き方だ
まあよい拙者は諦めませんぞでは
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't as easy to understand with the game being voiced in Japanese right now. Yeah, like that voice is just the narrator coming in like, yeah, this guy's important later. Not to the series, except to the series, yeah. He is the major antagonist of the 4th game. Onimusha, Dawn of Dreams. Journal number 3. I am starving. I wonder how many days have passed since I entered this cave. My only source of sustenance has been some water leaking out of the wall. I followed the smell of blood and came here. Normally I would not have been able to smell it, but my hunger seems to have sharpened my senses. This is why I'm now watching something I could not have imagined even in my worst nightmares. What a sight. Demons are eating human prisoners alive. They pay no attention to their victims' screams. They just crunch the bones and chew up the flesh. I'm standing still, just watching the scene. So as not to be spotted by the demons. No, that's not exactly what I have in mind. I'm watching a person's finger lying on the ground. When a person dies, its body becomes only meat. I'm afraid of what I'm thinking about. I'm like a wild scavenger that waits expectantly for the scraps of food that a tiger leaves behind. What an evil desire I'm having. Samuel. Standing here, I realise you were just like me, trying to make history. Fucking bitch. There we go. Alright, so we need to switch back to the color. I believe if you look into it, you can find footage of this game from back when it was a PS1 game. Do you mind? And you regret it immensely? I understand. Every now and then I think about, like, booting up No Man's Sky now that it's, like, bigger and deeper. And it's like, do I really have time for that? What is this? There's a weird pit. You have to find a way to unlock.
様之助、この子に用があったんじゃないの？
小僧。
やだ、お前もさっきの侍みたいにオイラに乱暴するに決まってるんだ。
そんなことはしない。小僧、名前は？
夢丸。
夢丸か。さっきはなぜ捕まれそうになっていたんだ？
知らないよ、そんなの。
じゃあここで何をしているんだ？楓、お前夢丸を頼む。俺は雪姫を追う。
分かったわ。
What an odd place for a child to be. Rude. Ooh, an arm. Shut up. An ad coming up. Playing Jedi Fallen Order, nice. Let's try. The bow. Yeah, we're gonna be doing the sequel, Jedi Survivor, Star Wars month. The Suzaku. Good you're enjoying it though, Peach. I was looking through the archives before of like the Star Wars games I've done on stream for Star Wars Day, and Fallen Order was 2020. Yeah, it's very Metroidvania. Come here, come here. Yeah, it's very Metroidvania. I don't like them. Yeah, there's no fast travel system in it. Which is definitely one of the improvements of Jedi Survivor, that they did add fast travel. Because getting through that environment is worse. Okay, so because I leveled this up, too, we can get in here a little early. Doesn't mean a whole lot, because there's not much we can do here, but it gets us this a little earlier. The red book. So, the coloured books are actually supposed to be documentation written by Guildenstern on his experimentations and observations about both Genma and human. I remembered that there were other animals that chose a similar fate to Nobunaga. When I remember something, I should write it down, because my brain has too many things to think about. It shouldn't be wasted on trivial matters. My #1 priority must be producing things for our demon species, not remembering things. I will write it down here and forget the information. This animal called Genghis? Alexander? Yeah, never mind. The names of animals do not have any meaning for us. These animals fought extensive battles and managed to continue fighting to expand their territories. They are considered extremely heroic and exceptional warriors. In truth, they offered large numbers of sacrifices to us to obtain our technologies and weapons. Wise animals can be destined to conquer the world by making a contract with the demons, while the stupid ones simply get sacrificed. I should say, demons flourish in the zoo. That's my Guildenstern impression. If you've played if you played this with the English voice acting, you'll understand how close that is. Quite hard to drop to easy mode. Yeah, I remember doing it on stream. I had to drop down to normal. I think I was playing it on hard. And we're going to have to pause it now because there's about to be an ad play. So don't go anywhere. And we'll be right back after these messages. Alright, what are you going on about, Clem? Yeah, I'm looking at. Those orbs kind of remind me of the way Hell looked in Fusion Reborn. Which is always one of my favourite stages in Dragon Ball games. I think I first saw it in Tenkaichi 3. And like whenever it appears, I always really like the aesthetic. Standing here, I realize you were just like me, trying to make history. But who's to judge the right from wrong? When our guard is down, I think we'll both agree that violence breeds violence. But in the end, it had to be this way. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it sounds like something Funimation would do. It's like, I know you've watched the Dragon Ball Z movies and Funimation's dubs of them that just, like, overlay licensed music tracks. And, like, it was something I thought was really cool when I'm younger, and now it's like the mixing on these is awful. It's difficult to hear what characters are saying underneath the music. They should have probably just licensed the Japanese soundtrack. Ugh. It's always kind of crazy, like, just how poorly presented Dragon Ball Z has been under Funimation, considering it's basically their cash cow. Like, there is still no definitive Western release of the Dragon Ball Z series. And every time Funimation puts one out, it's always got problems. Alright, and we're back. Let's go through this door. Now it's time for the bow. I can't get back down there. I hope those items will still be there. Excellent. So many doors to get back to that area. The good news is, like, even if the items are gone, we haven't wasted the trip because we got equipment. Magic jewel, worth it. And an herb. Awesome. So the magic jewel increases your magic, and the power jewel increases your health. There's no reason to ever hold on to them. Use them as soon as you get them. If they refilled your health and magic, I would understand, but they don't. So there's no reason to hold on to them, just use them. Well, the good news is we're going to have a level 2 Enryu before we get to Marcellus. Which is good. Good. Good stuff. I do enjoy this game. There we go. Gotcha. I'm sorry, did somebody else have something to say? Yeah, switch to the Enryu because we have a fire door coming up. Gonna keep using the Ryzen for the minute because it's level 2, so it's stronger. Whether it is, like, explicitly stronger than the Emryu, I'm not sure, because the Emryu is the heavy weapon. Look. Itch. But it's stronger than it was, and it's faster than the Emryu, and I always prioritize speed over heavy. Speed Byakko. Yep. Byakko the White Tiger. So if we take a quick look at the files we have, Seiryu, Suzaku, Byakko, if you know your Chinese mythology, I think it's Chinese sacred beasts, you should know what the final book is. There we go, Emryu level 2. So these are as strong as they're going to be for a while. It's going to be quite a while before we upgrade either of them to level 3. Ah, now the part that I know Klim's been looking forward to seeing.
サマノスケ、夢丸の素性が分かったわ。あの子は農民の子よ。
何
4年前、戦で両親を殺され泣いていたのを通りがかって雪姫が見つけて連れ帰ったのよ。雪姫は夢丸を弟のように可愛がり、夢丸も姉上姉上と慕うようになったらしいわ。
それで助けたくてここまでやってきたのか。しかしわからねえ。藤吉郎はなぜ夢丸を捕まえようとしているんだ。
何か裏がありそうね。
No, Klim, because of the water. Also, we get the holy armor here, and the game doesn't tell you what the holy armor does. Your assumption would be that it just has higher defense. But it's not. I don't actually know if it has higher defense. The real value of the holy armor is that it prevents the orb monsters from stealing souls. Don't pull the middle one because it will shoot arrows at you, which counts as damage. Sorry, I was muted. Fun fact, you don't need to get Kaede to hold open the door there, because if you just have Kaede walk through the door, then they count it. Here we go. So now you should have an idea of what these do. Fun fact, I believe this room is randomized. Like the actual panels on the ground, I believe they're randomized. And now the part that everybody who's played Onimusha before has been waiting for. The water starts pouring in. This is timed. So if we don't solve the puzzle fast enough, Samanosuke will die. That's a game over. We go back to the last save point. Okay. So the bar on the left, the little icon on the left, when that reaches the top, game over. We need to get the two halves of the crest into the bottom piece where the crest is imprinted. I fucked this up. You would not believe how much faster I did that when I was practicing. And by practicing, I mean when I played the game recently. I just overthought it. Anyway. Yeah, you fucked that up. That's death. You go back to the last save point. And it's like, to tie that to a sliding block puzzle, nobody is happy with that. But we did it. Thank you. Going down. The power jewel. Now here we are in this room again. We already got what we wanted in that room. There we go. Journal number 4. Ah, what a wonderful scene. I'm very happy to be here. I'm so moved that my hands won't stop trembling. Get it? I'm so moved. I'm witnessing the birth of a demon baby as it's pulled out of the bottle. Human blood and evil essence are mixed in the bottle and then a demon is born. What a supernatural sight. No other creature in the world is born this way. Were there any artists that encountered the scene that I have just watched, I wonder? I've never felt so much regret for my poor painting skills. Stop trembling, dear hand. I'm aware that all of the truth that I must record completely depends on my hands, but I can't stop trembling. Sanyo. Alright, so we got the pieces that we're after, and now we can just continue. It is kind of odd that you don't just combine the pieces, you place them individually.
Yumemaru!
これは様の助殿考えていただけましたかな信長公に使える剣どけあの小僧
He's a bounce a little bastard, ain't he?
間に合いませんよ信長公が玄馬の力を借りて天下を取ろうとしているのはもうご存知でしょう無駄な努力はやめた方が良いですぞ
ふざけるなそれで罪もない大勢の人間を玄馬の餌として地底に送り込むのか
そうだこの世は弱肉強食農民は侍に従い人間は玄馬に従うしかない
てめえ
あと一刻も経たぬうちに暗黒儀式が行われる雪姫のドクロに生き血を満たし信長公が一気に飲み干せば斎藤家との戦は我が織田勢の勝利間違いなしにゃてまたお会いしましょう様の助殿
So that's the first hint we get at, like, what's actually going on. That Nobunaga is going to drink the blood of Princess Yuki from her own skull. Why? And what it'll mean? Who knows? The Seiryu. The Fluorite. The Suzaku. That's a cheap shot and has always been a cheap shot. Hang on. A green orb? You don't have one of those yet. I like the light of the orb reflecting on Samanosuke in the cutscene. I think that's a really good little detail. The medicine. The Seiryu. The Seiryu. So I believe that's complete now. That's all 4 pieces. Okay. Save point. We're not going to enhance anything yet, because we're about to get the final orb. And I want to enhance that to level 2 as early as possible. This is Marcellus. So the thing with Marcellus is you may have noticed the gauntlet on his right hand. It is an Oni gauntlet. Marcellus is a fallen Onimusha. You don't have a shield to bash me with anymore, buddy. Yeah, so Marcellus is kind of a tragic figure, I guess. In that he's an Oni warrior who fell to the Genma and was corrupted and made to serve them in death. And now the Shippu, which is a double-bladed Naginata. And the value of this is it's very fast. There we go. Now we'll immediately be able to open 2-tier windows. The frustrating thing about this is you can see there's a chest right there. And then this next cutscene puts us right back on the ground floor. I believe what's in the chest isn't worth it. It might be arrows.
お姉ちゃんは
But
もう大
like,
丈夫だ夢丸
it's frustrating that you see it and can't do anything with
お
it.
姉ちゃんをお姉ちゃんを
心配するな雪見は必ず助け出す楓雪見がどうしてこの子を
This has always been a weird scene. Because all of a sudden, Samanosuke just goes on this weird rant.
小さい時から政略結婚の道具として育てられた雪姫には自由なんて一つもなかっただから弱いものを見ると自分と同じように思い放っておけなかったんだ今の世は強い者だけがのさばりやがって
サマノスケ
そうだ夢丸お前に世界を見せてやろ
Let me tell you about the ways of the
世
world.
界
Okay. Is now the time for that?
う4年前俺は叔父の光秀に勧められ日本を飛び出した海の向こうで俺は肌の色も言葉も違う多くの人間と出会い日本では到底経験できない体験をした
He says this, but the minute he meets a Frenchman in Onimusha 3, he's like, you must be a Western barbarian.
夢丸世界にはお前の知らないことがいっぱいあるぞ自由がある希望があるそれをたくさん見てこの国のみんなに教えてやるんだ小さな領で争って戦なんかしてもつまらねえってな
助けて。
誰だお前は
ご正室初姫様の腰元で縫いと申します。雪姫様が地下に。
しっかりしろ楓残された時間はあとわずかだ俺は雪姫を助けに行くこの腰元と夢丸は頼んだぞ
わかったわ。
Kaide, I'm gonna go off and fight more demons. You stay here and teabag this woman. Alright, so let's see what the Shippu can do. Fucker. You fucker. So you can get, like, really good use out of, the Shippu. The speed is really helpful. I like the Ryzen a little more because it's not quite as fast, but it's got, like, a good amount of power behind it as well. That's not the one I wanted to do that to. There we go. So we're climbing back up to the top to open that chest so we can, like, show you guys what's in it. But one of the things I think makes this not a waste of time, even though, like, what's in the chest isn't really worth it, is in the same way that, like, a Metroidvania Castlevania makes backtracking worthwhile with the leveling that you can get done with it, the experience you can get. Killing Genma gets us more souls, which means we can level up a lot easier. So any kind of messing around you do can still have value. Gonna bring the big one. Beautiful. Plus, it's never a bad idea to get a little bit of practice in with your weapons. You know, unless you played this game before. Burst bullets. You know, actually not bad, but completely worthless to us right now. The issue we have there is, I think by the time we actually get the gun, the matchlock, we can't actually get back up here. Alright. But our next clue is that they've taken Yuki underground. So if you did a little more exploring, you'll know where you want to go next. Oh yeah, Golden Week has started, so some of my wish-listed games are currently on sale. Oh, hello. I will say, I hate fighting these things legitimately. Golden Week is a Japanese week-long holiday of sorts, and it's usually celebrated in the West by putting a lot of Japanese games on sale. So if there's a particular Japanese-made video game that you're interested in, now's a good time to take a look at it, because it's probably on sale. Alright, give me something. Awesome. So we have the save point here, but more importantly, we have the White Soul Shrine, which we can use to just fill up our magic. Shipu level 2. So now, before we move any of the weapons to level 3, we're going to do the orbs. I think the first level 3 orb we come across is fire. But yeah, if you've done a little exploring before you headed in the direction we went, then you'll have found a lock that requires 3 orbs. And now that we have the 3rd one, we can go through it. In this room. There. So a quick little lesson for you guys. No. Quick little lesson for you guys. If you hold forward while you attack, you'll do this up slash. It can be either an upward slash or a jab. Thrust. Depends on the situation and the enemy. And if you hold backwards and attack, you'll do a kick. They both have quite a bit of utility, and it's worth remembering that they exist. Are you guys having fun? Because I'm having fun. I do genuinely really enjoy this series. And I'm so glad it's coming back. Excellent, I'm glad to hear that, Ninja. Like, I'm not super excited for Onimusha Way of the Sword. What I'm excited for is the possibility that we'll get, like, a remaster of Onimusha 3. But, like, I'm going to be keeping an eye on Onimusha Way of the Sword, though. Excellent. I believe you said, like, you've only played this game. You've not played any of the others. The Blue Book. What an incredible animal this Nobunaga is! Normal animals would have already been dead from such a large transfusion of demon blood. I do not understand how the holy blood of the demons could be compatible with the body of a pathetic animal. It's very annoying. Moreover, this Nobunaga is highly intelligent and ambitious. He wasn't the slightest bit surprised when we resurrected his body. He pledged loyalty to Master Fortinbras without showing any fear. And he just made a contract to sacrifice his own species. He's an animal that should not be underestimated. Anyway, if Nobunaga keeps offering sacrifices, we will not run out of guinea pigs for our experiments. It's like, I feel like by now, especially with the introduction of the name Fortinbras, you should know, if you're going to know what the connection of the names is, you should know it by now. I'm excited for you to experience more of the series, Ninja. Because, like, it gets better. Onimusha 1 is a really solid foundation. It gets better. My main concern in regards to, like, the series, with Onimusha 3 specifically, is, like, will having Jean Reno's voice and likeness make it difficult for them to remaster and re-release the game. I really hope that's not the case, because Onimusha 3 is my favourite. The game that got me into the series. I can understand that, but Samanosuke does come back for Onimusha 3. And Onimusha 2 is an important part of the story as well. I want to equip the Shippu. The Shippu is my preferred weapon for dealing with Reynaldos. Even though the majority of attacks from the Shippu are horizontal. Like, it's really good for just dealing with them en masse. The Green Book. Is it impossible to obtain the blood of a sacrifice? A dark ceremony is the holiest and darkest ritual that can be carried out between the demons and the pitiful animals. In the dark ceremony, the blood of a chosen sacrifice is taken. Then the Demon King bestows his evil blessing upon it. Once the animal that wants to make a contract as a boss animal drinks the blood from a grail of a human skull, the evil powers will be given to him. But nobody has solved the mystery of why the evil power is given to the animal through the ceremony. I want to know the answer. Why does no one understand my frustration? Once the mystery of the ceremony has been solved, the knowledge will make the demon species evolve so much. I believe I'm the only one who can solve this mystery, and yet I'm forced to waste my time doing things that won't bring me the truth. I just need one drop of blood. I wish Nobunaga would leave some blood after he's drunk in the ceremony. But this specific document gives you explanation of like what Tokichiro meant by Nobunaga drinking the blood from the skull of Princess Yuki. It's specifically for the Dark Ceremony. Princess Yuki is the chosen sacrifice. He drinks her blood from her skull, and it will grant him great power. The Orange Book. To carry out the contract with Nobunaga, we have unleashed a large amount of evil energy from Inuyama Castle. Inabayama Castle for several days now, but it seems the amount was insufficient. I found out we need to tighten the seals surrounding the districts of Inabayama Castle and fill the district with evil energy. We have to sacrifice a girl who is born of that land and who is pure of heart. A girl has already been chosen, Princess Yuki. She is a fair-complexioned person with long hair. She has beautiful internal organs, especially the heart. I can't help thinking about her organs. They are the best of the best. However, if I take advantage of her, she'll be worthless as a sacrifice for the Dark Ceremony. And if that happens, I will be eaten alive by the king. I have to give her up. Once the Dark Ceremony is over, every life, including those in the surrounding area, will be lost. In short, we will not have to worry about the materials for an experiment for a while. And the Byaku. Alright. I believe this item isn't necessary, but it's worth having. The Rosary of Con. This will allow you to hear the deceased. So it works automatically, and now all the bodies that are littered around the castle will have orbs above them that we can converse with, and they can give us some information. Fighting multiple of these guys can be frustrating because of the way they'll shoot the tentacles through the ground. And it's really, like, if you're fighting multiples over, like, a large area, that's the trouble. Alright. So what we really need down here is the, prayer bell. Oh, the purifier bell. One thing I will say with Onimusha 2, though, Ninja, if you're put off by it being somewhat more complicated in nature than Onimusha 1, give Onimusha 3 a try. I don't appreciate that you're not dead. Because, like, Onimusha 3... I would regard it in, like, a similar sense, like 1 to 3 with 2 in the middle, in a similar way of, like, a bunch of the NES trilogies, like a bunch of NES stuff. Like Castlevania 1, and then Castlevania 3 being a refinement of that, and Castlevania 2 being a weird thing in the middle. It's not that Onimusha 2 is bad, it's just doing a different idea, kind of. With, like, its party... the way Jubei works differently from Samanosuke. Or like Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3, where 3 is like the big refinement of 1. Or Zelda, the way Zelda 2 does its own interesting thing, which is good, but different. And then A Link to the Past is the big refinement of the original. So if you don't gel with Onimusha 2, I still recommend checking out Onimusha 3. Alright, there we go. That's max now. Gonna switch my sword, don't worry about it. Maybe worry about it a little. Genuinely hate fighting those things legitimately. I didn't mean to do that, I want Shippu. So there's the whole thing of like you split them in half, and like if you kill them with a horizontal attack, splits them in half, and they separate into like two separate beings. That will only happen so many times. It's not an infinite cycle, but it's worth taking advantage of. Alright, thanks for joining us, Beach. Give yourself a good night, and we'll catch you next time. Take care. The Apocalypse number 1. The Dark Ceremony is a traditional holy ritual in the Dark Realm. Through this ceremony, demons make a contract with a human. Obtaining sacrifices by making a contract is indispensable for the Dark Realm. To carry out the Dark Ceremony, a woman who has been born of that land and noble in heart must be proffered as a sacrifice. Our king sanctifies her blood with an evil blessing, then using her skull as a grail, the person drinks the blood and the contract is. Nice, we can talk to this one. And this is the Byakko. Alright. Perfect. The blue key. Yeah, you would think these trick boxes are just like bonus stuff if you can figure them out. But they're not. They're absolutely required. Oh, you're finally playing Mass Effect again? I love it when you just end up with like a load of souls like that to flow into you. Always feels good. I feel like the problem with trying to be a renegade who isn't like full renegade, or a paragon who does a little bit of badassery with a renegade, is you always end up with like not enough renegade or paragon points for like the high level checks. I have categorized the demons as follows. Low class demon. Their intelligence is very basic and immature. They do not use language. They wander around for a victim. They wander about for a victim under the cover of night and sometimes eat pitiful animals. They abide by the rules of the Dark Realm and obey orders from the higher demons. They serve the higher class for life. They are very loyal, but their behavior is very similar to insects. The middle class demon. Larger than the low class demon, they have enough intelligence to speak a sort of babbling language. Based on my research, their behavior is wild and ferocious, very similar to the basic instincts of animals. High-class demon, like Fortinbra and I. This type of demon is extremely intelligent and responsible for building the high-level civilization. Based on my calculations, the birth rate of the high-class demon is only 1 in 100,000. That means we're the true chosen ones. We're supposed to conduct the research of the high-class demons through surgical dissection, but it is almost impossible to obtain a sample as they are very rare. Someday I will find out with my own hand. Execute Rex. Powerful, dangerous Geth. Maintain control. I feel like Renegade, especially by Mass Effect 3, fell victim to the same issue that the morality system of Jade Empire had. It was supposed to be more complex, like the way of the open palm and the way of the closed fist. And the idea being that, like, they're not necessarily good or bad. One exemplifies individuality and responsibility to control your own... the presence of the self, whereas the other one represents, like, charity and compassion and such, but neither is particularly good or evil. But the way it works out in game is open palm is good, closed fist is evil. Alright, we're gonna have to run an ad now. Oh, I will actually use this time to go for the bathroom. Yeah, it's kind of an unfortunate issue with BioWare's push of morality systems. There isn't a whole lot of nuance to it. Mass Effect was probably the best they had. No, you know what was the best? Was Dragon Age. Because they didn't have, like, morality bars. They just had individual character approvals. There you go. Alright, so we're gonna run the ad, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're back. None of that, thank you. That's right.
様の助殿、やはりダメですかな、おだけ使えるのは。
くどい。
仕方がないですな。あなたはまだ玄馬の本当の恐ろしさを知らないのだ。地の底にいる玄馬たちよ、いよいよ本番だ。暗黒儀式の準備をしろ。儀式の邪魔をする様の助殿には地獄の苦しみをたっぷり味わっていただきましょう。
Not Kaede.
様之助、何か分かった？
Kaede, no, that's not me. You can tell because I'm wearing different armor. I think the weirdest thing here is they don't take this opportunity to just kill Kaede. They just punch her in the stomach. It's like, why? They're planning to kill a woman and drink, like, present her skull as a grail holding her blood to be drunk. I don't think they care about politeness. So now we get our first real Kaede section. Humans with standards, really. As the series goes on, you're going to learn how wrong you are. So Kaede cannot go through any door with a crest on it. Even if Samanosuke has already unlocked them, it'll spread open again and block the door. And then Samanosuke will have to unlock that door again, so it's really just a waste of time to try going through them. Kaede also gains nothing from fighting demons. From fighting the Genma, so there is no reason to ever straight out fight the Genma as Kaede if you can avoid it. This guy also just completely ignores Kaede. So, the smart way to play the Kaede sections are to just run. Although, one thing that is worth noting, everything that Samanosuke gets, Kaede shares, with the exception of anything in blue. So Kaede doesn't have this, so she can't talk to dead bodies. But Samanosuke also doesn't have the shinobi kit, so he can't unlock doors or disarm traps. The items in blue are specifically Samanosuke. The items in orange when you play as Samanosuke are specifically Kaede's. But Kaede has like all the healing items Samanosuke has. And if we get any magic or power jewels as Kaede, Samanosuke will get them. Pretty much, yeah. Chances are, most of the use of herbs is going to be Kaede. I would recommend not using medicines on her. Because medicine can fully heal Samanosuke when his health bar is at max. Like, it heals enough. The game counts your saves, but as far as I'm aware, I don't think it affects anything. You do get ranked at the end of the game. But I don't think saves affect it. I could be wrong. But also, like, I don't think you actually unlock anything through, like, getting lower ranks. Damn it. Oh, come on. I think that's the only time you ever see an herb on the ground looking like it's out of Resident Evil. Suzaku. Journal number 5. At last I saw the world of the gods. I caught a glimpse of the demon world in the evil gate. The colours are truly astounding. No multitude of pigments could enable me to accurately paint what I saw. But I do not understand one thing. The gate is firmly shut now. Is the world of gods refusing me? With this fatally wounded body, I cannot open the gate or come out of this cave alive. But I want to look at it. I want to look into the gate just one more time. Samuel. Another herb. So I've missed the gear, which is probably the other direction. I always forget which direction they want me to go in split paths like this. Mysterious place where the clan of ogres meet. Do I have that? I don't need to come out of the thing to look at it. Chasm of Dimensions. Circle, square. Ah. Oh, okay. The magic jewel. Or Samanosuke. It's important to, like, really make sure you've got enough of the pieces to figure that one out now. Because Samanosuke can't come in here. Year I was after. Unlike Samanosuke, Kaede can use her ranged weapon without switching to it. I think there's very rarely a reason to. If she doesn't have a magic attack, you just press triangle. We're doing quite well so far. We've not really used many healing items. I think we've only used one. Specifically because I'm intending to do the Dark Realm, having as many herbs as possible is definitely a good idea. That should be the last of the Byakuo. Yes. Silver plate. Not specifically because the Dark Realm is going to drain a lot of them, but because we get a lot of souls from the Dark Realm. And we can use those souls to upgrade herbs into medicines. So they go from, like, small heals to full heals. There you go. I wanted to show that off at least once. You do that by, like, targeting an enemy and holding forward when you attack them. Kaede will jump over them. And if she catches them from behind, she'll slit their throat. Which, on the weaker Genma, is a guaranteed insta-kill. One important reason to be really careful about how much health you lose as Kaede is her health carries over between her sections. Like, you play as Kaede multiple times, and her health will always carry over. So if you end up, like, really low on health here when we come back to Kaede, she'll still be really low on health. There you go, the Sacred Knife. Which is just better. Has the power to dispel demons. It means Kaede isn't going to take like an hour to kill everything. Not essential, but worth it because Kaede has like at least one mandatory fight. The Genbu. Also, you want to be very careful because touching the fire is damage, which is such a bad idea in a game with a fixed camera like this. Is the Sacred Knife not essential? You might need it to break those. I don't know. I've never come here without the Sacred Knife.
そこの人
Worth having at least.
ちょっと待ってて今助けるわ
あなた楓さんねえ様之助が昔手紙に書いてきたことがあるの楓という忍びと一緒に旅をしているって
もしやあなた様は
私も様之助と一緒にあちこち旅をしてみたい
雪姫様
楓さんあなたが羨ましい
きっとできます
楓さんお願い私のことはもういいから様之助と一緒に早くここから逃げて
諦めてはいけないわ
No, if we give up now, and like they complete the Dark Ceremony, we've already found that the Dark Ceremony is going to kill everybody within a specific region around it. It's like, that's a lot of death on top of what's already happened. Plus Nobunaga will be granted, like, immense power. I hate this guy. It's like, when he's invisible, you just can't damage him. And it makes him, like, really not fun to fight, even when you fight him as Samanosuke. Meanwhile... the medicine. The save point. By injecting enough souls, the gauntlet has been enhanced. Excellent. What that really means is it will draw in souls faster. There you go, Cohen level 2. Now level 3. Now we just have the Arashi to enhance, and then we can start leveling up our weapons to max. This is Stylado. Not necessarily a difficult fight. I really need the camera to be in a better position than that. I don't think you can block his magic attacks. Which is like why you want to have him on camera. Oh, you can. Alright. Really screwing this up. See, like, 3 magic attacks. Really screwed that up, honestly. Not happy about that. The wood ladder. The wood ladder. Alright, so we're gonna find out now. My original intention with playing with the Japanese voices in the PC version was that we get this next cutscene uncensored. It's censored with the English voice track, uncensored with the Japanese. So we'll find out now if it's uncensored here.
来たな。
No, it's still censored. So this rises up now, and we lose access to a bunch of the keep on the upper levels. What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to pull up the uncensored version of the cutscene for you guys. So this is from the HD version, which is why the voice will be different. Oh, you are still getting the audio out. So I feel like you can understand why it's censored. But I wanted to show you guys so you could appreciate it. So destroying this barrier is now our next goal, and when we have done that, we are in basically endgame. You can't block with the bow. Yeah. So yeah, like, we're a lot closer to endgame than you might think. And we go in here, and we should... There we go.
いやそんなに驚くことはねえぜ。来た付き合っていけよ。どうだい、魔空空間ってどこに行く気はねえか。生きて帰れる保証はねえけどよ、なんでもそれなりの褒美が手に入るって話だ。どうだい、じゃあな、また来いよ。
The reward you get for doing the Dark Realm is, I think, 20 floors? It's a gauntlet. The reward you do for getting to the bottom floor is the Bisha Monarch Arena. The Bisha Monarch Arena has no use until endgame, so there is no point in rushing to do the Dark Realm. Because even if you do it early, you'll get nothing out of it, so you might as well wait until essentially like the last possible minute. When you're likely to have like more upgraded weapons and such. Well, I've had enough of this place. There's something, like, really satisfying about, like, the enemies just disintegrating under the attacks. But we've come out here so that we can open this box. Name of the clan that's been subverted by the demons. The clan of ogres, which is 4 letters, N, and triangle, square, square A. That gets us a power jewel. Worth a little diversion, absolutely. You fuckers just don't learn, do you? So these ones are new. They're a little trickier than the previous ninja-style ones we've dealt with. They can throw out kunai like as they backflip. Yeah, fuckers. Not who I was aiming for. Another one. Come on. So we're definitely close to being able to fully upgrade the Arashi. I don't appreciate being shot while I was in my kill animation. Burst bullets. Absolutely worth it. So Ninja, have you ever cleared the Dark Realm? Oh, ooh. My boy, you are going to see why it is worth making the effort today. I'm probably going to do 2 fights against the final boss. One using regular weapons, and one using the Bishamon sword. The Vision Staff. This allows us to see fluorite. Yes. Because, like, the way it ends up working... With regular weapons, Fortinbras is a somewhat tricky fight. With the Bishamon sword you can get from clearing the Dark Realm, Fortinbras is a cakewalk. Like, it makes that much of a difference. Here's hoping one of these guys drops health, because I don't want to have to use a medicine. Worth it. So this should absolutely be enough to fully upgrade the Arashi. Which means, after this now, we can start upgrading the weapons to the final tiers. There we go. We can now open every door. Medicine. Nice. Thank you. I'll take all of those gratefully. So the fluorite, if you're interested in getting all of it, I recommend just using a guide. Because I'm pretty sure some of it is permanently missable. If you get all 20 pieces, you unlock like a mercenary style mode. And when I say mercenaries, I mean like in the vein of Mad Jackal from RE3. Alright. It's bold of you boys to expect me to fight fair. Because I am absolutely not going to fight fair. You unlock something to use in the main game, like Mad Jackal, but I can't remember like specifically what it is. I don't give a shit about it. Fucking demons coming at me 4-on-1. And it gets people killed in those situations. The thing with stuff like the bonus mode is I've not been overly interested in bonus modes like that for a very long time. It's why, like, I've only streamed something like RE2's Extreme Battle Game once. Because it's neat to look at, like, once. After that, I don't really care. Like, I've not even touched Resident Evil 4 Remake's Mercenaries mode. I've heard it's good, not touched it at all. Oh, so close. The Ryzen level 3 looks fucking sweet. I love the level 3 look of, like, all of the weapons in Onimusha 1. They all look great. And I love that they come back in Onimusha 3. It's like, oh yeah, like, 15 plus years later, Samanosuke still has them. And he's still using them, and it's great. Like, Samanosuke loses them quite early. Because, of course, he does. You would have to do something like that for a game like that. But you can find specific items during the game. And when you complete the game with those items in your inventory, when you start a new game with a completed save file, you can use the original Onimusha weapons on top of the weapons that you get in Onimusha 3, which is great. Like, it's not like Samanosuke loses power to all of them or loses them and then recollects them. No, Samanosuke gets entirely new weapons in Onimusha 3, and then as a bonus, you can have the original weapons again. I think is really cool. I love Onimusha 3, it's such a good game. Also, I just got a gun. It is really cool, I love it. But I also love Onimusha 3's weapons. Like, Onimusha 3 is a game that on paper should not work. It's like, oh, we're gonna time travel to modern day France, and a modern day Frenchman is gonna be time displaced to feudal Japan. Like, it sounds stupid, but it works really well, and they're both really fun to play as. And they both get, like, different styles of weapons, which is great. No, take out the one that's actually causing issues. Yeah, Onimusha 3 is like such a step up from Onimusha 1. Tell you, Ninja, like, even if you don't enjoy Onimusha 2, you really should, like, try Onimusha 3. Absolute. Love it. Anyway, Ryzen, level 3? Yes. Look at that. Look how fucking cool that is. There's a good reason for the Ryzen to be my main weapon for a while. Because as a level 3 weapon, it is just better than the other two. And, like, you can feel the difference in damage output with it. Like, it is legitimately better, and noticeably so. There we go. Beautiful. So I think after the Hecuba fight, we will go through the Dark Realm. Bullets. The Talisman. Journal number 6. This will be my final journal, I guess. As the bleeding from my wound does not seem to stop, I am barely managing to write this. For the one who makes it here someday, I offer you this. I've drawn a picture of how to open the gates to the demon world. If you can acquire these tools, then you must go beyond the gate. Remember everything you see in the supernatural world, and let people know that such a world does exist. Saimyo. So that tells us that what we need is the Great Bow and the Great Arrow. If I ever have, like, any choice, I will not fight those guys legit. I killed you. Oh, there's another one up there. Well, I guess we're using you. The magic jewel. I'm legitimately, like, really enjoying this. Which is such a nice thing for a stream, like, to just legitimately, like, no frills, really enjoy playing a game. The power jewel. There we go. Got another ad coming up in a minute. Oh, you wanna fucking go? I'll come back out there. Now who's dead? Level 3 window. Do I want to go in this direction yet? If it's the right direction, I have the option to come back. If it's the wrong direction, I will come back. This is the right direction. I don't think it's necessary to have both sides of the door locked. But the other side's going to be Sukaide, he can't go through it. Bullets. Another Gembu. And the map. Not essential, but all nice to have. I didn't say you could speak. Alright, so we'll pause it here, we'll run the ad, and then when we come back, we'll probably have one more ad before we finish the game. Because we're aiming to do the Dark Realm as well. Look like we're getting there. Definitely a one-session playthrough, which I'm happy about. We'll be right back. Alright. There's Clem hosting Dragon Ball Z music, yeah. There it is. Like, no joke, it's really refreshing to just, like, no frills, enjoy a game you're streaming. It's always the risk you run with playing something you've not played before on stream. Of, like, what if you don't enjoy this, or what if you don't enjoy it enough? Well, there are little complications that kind of sour it a little bit. I'm sorry, Prime Hacks on Android? That's something to check out real quick. Oh wow, apparently it is. Definitely gonna have to take a look at that after stream. And we're back. Welcome back. Yeah. Thought it was slick hiding behind there and jumping out, but no, I knew he was there. So this is the first time you'll encounter these guys as Samanosuke, and like I said when we fought them as Kaede, even like, playing as Samanosuke, these guys just aren't fun to fight. Because while they're invisible, you just can't hurt them. And when they come in pairs, like, not sequentially, but simultaneously, like, they are really irritating. If you don't feel overly confident dealing with them, then it is an enemy worth dealing with using magic attacks. But it's not essential to do it, because they're just tedious rather than difficult. Yep, I'm not walking into that. No, I almost had that then. No. There we go. And the Great Armor. Which is, design-wise, probably my favourite armor, because it looks close to Samanosuke's standard armor, the red. Like, it's a little shinier, and it's got gold trim, and I really like that. This time I was going to fight you first. Okay, so 6 bars of souls. We should be able to fully upgrade another weapon. The question is, do we do the Enryu or the Shippu? And my answer is going to be, we're going to do the Shippu first, because the Enryu is the heavier weapon, so it's already strong. And the Shippu could really do with a power upgrade. Ah, yeah. I think design-wise, the problem with this weapon is that the edges of the blades both face the same direction, which I think makes it less useful as an actual weapon. The medicine. Container can be used to fill the gauntlet with souls. I don't think we have the answer just yet, but we will have the answer. Yeah, like, if you take a look at the Shippu like this, it would mean you'd have to do, like, a back and forth kind of attack with it. Whereas, like, if the opposite end of the blade was edged on the other side, you'd be able to, like, slash more smoothly with it. I don't know. But we have the final Kaede section coming up. It always looks like there's a path you can go down the side, but it just won't let you. Anyway. The great bow. Well, these aren't a fear, because I've taken out a bunch of them already. Also, I feel like the Shippu's area attack is more useful in that fight than Enryu would be. Later. If we can get through this without using any healing items, I'll be really happy. That means we can save pretty much all of them for Samanosuke. Which is great. The Apocalypse #2. Our Demon King was born in the confusion when the Earth was created, and has lived in the deepest and darkest places underground. All demons are created by the Demon King. The Demon King shows his holy snake-like body only when and where the ceremony takes place. No one knows what he usually does. Demons, remember, no one can disobey the Demon King. The holiest spirit of the Demon King is the one you have to learn from. Later, hater. Nope. Nope. Seriously, this game does have a good soundtrack, and it's a shame it's replaced in the HD version. I will save. Remember, there is no actual value in fighting demons. And if you can avoid it, you always should. Alright, now let's break all these. Oh, there we go. That looks like something, and it always bothers me. No, let's save again. They put a save point here, I'm gonna save. The fluorite. But more importantly, the last part of the Genbu. A dragon orb. That was the solution. God damn it. Oh yeah, I remember. I do want to go this way first. I know. A Suzaku. Which I think means we have all 4 pieces of all 4... Yep, there you go. All the files. Every single one of them. But still one more map. Which should give you an idea of like how close to endgame we are. Once we're done with this Kaede section, there is... What? There's a boss fight? And then, like, we're pretty much heading straight to endgame. No, we're close there, though. There we go. Which gets us the decorated arrow. I kill these things for 2 reasons. One, to prove that I can. And like me saying, like, you shouldn't fight them with Kaede, not to be like, Kaede can't fight them. Like, you absolutely can, there's just not really a reason to. And 2, because they piss me off. So it's the classic Resident Evil shotgun puzzle. The green key. Save it again. I'm gonna run back to the Genbu box. Nasty. Alright, so the answer we're after is Dragon Orb. Circle, M, triangles, and triangle. Oh, I always forget this one. You don't need the circle. It's just like Dragon Orb, not a Dragon Orb. So going back to open that box is what clued me into how enemy spawns are handled in this game. I'm pretty sure the way they're handled is coming in through certain doors results in certain enemy combinations spawning. Is opening up. Fuck this up because it's been like 2 minutes since we saved. I'll be fine. Yeah, but like, there's also monsters already in there, Kaede. I feel like you should be more descriptive. Like, oh, there's a giant insect monster approaching. Even then, like, he's fighting ant demon things, so that's probably not descriptive enough. So this is going to be Klim's favourite boss fight. Because it's the only time I'm going to use the gun. So this is where we get the explanation of why the demons are after Yumimaru. It will enhance the ceremony if Princess Yuki is full of sorrow when they drink her blood. Alright, medicine. The gun. 18.4mm caliber. Millimeter and caliber is not the same thing. Hey. So the biggest risk you run in this fight is getting caught up dealing with the mooks. Bitch. Also, Clem, if you find that hot, like, we can't be friends anymore. Now, if you want an insect woman who might be reasonably considered attractive, look up Ophelia from Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. Parasite Eve ruins people, man. I assume you looked up Ophelia from Dawn of Dreams.
Kaede.
I don't know why I even pretend to respect your taste in women anymore, Clem. You and your openly saying, like, women made out of flies are okay. It's like, no, they're not.
Kaede, ここでゆっくり休んでいるんだ。玄豆。
You know, for a second I thought you were making out like you were gonna say cute before I realized what you were actually gonna say. Alright, now we are on the way to endgame. Feel like I've missed a chest. Because I think I've only opened 3. Only opened 3 book chests. Yeah, I got that one. Right, there you go. I missed the one in the moat. I knew I'd forgotten one. Alright, so we'll go and get that, and then we'll do the Dark Realm. Oh, I'm sorry. That's better. I should have made a note in my head of, like, where that chest was. Thank you. What's up, Ninja? Oh. There we go. I don't know, that's a weird thing that the game's been doing, like this and RetroArch, PCSX2 and RetroArch. The only thing you missed is me killing some demons. We're now above the moat. I don't know why OBS won't properly capture it like that. I mean, you might be Ninja. Probably get checked out just in case. Yeah, there it is. Right, so, it's the Suzaku one, I think. There we go. And the power jewel puts us at full capacity. Hey, how you doing, Kira? You're just in time to see us take on the Dark Realm. This isn't enough. I will save, though, because we haven't saved since before the Hecuba fight. Also kill some more demons, because, like, I'd like to go into the Dark Realm with all 3 of my weapons maxed. But this area is good for respawning enemies, though. How you doing, Kara? Oh, okay. Gonna fucking play it like that. I think we get up to 2 and that'll be enough. You have ramen? Excellent, we're playing Japanese games in Japanese. The dialogue's in Japanese, not the text. Yeah, this is enough. What's the matter? You can't take a big overhead attack? Maybe don't dish him out then. Coward. Hmm. Here I was worried for a second that I'd have to fight one of those legitimately. Not in this playthrough. Oh yeah, that's definitely enough. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. You might be thinking, but Chrono, what's the use of getting more souls now? We can upgrade. We can upgrade items. Show that off real quickly. You can upgrade. You can use souls to upgrade herbs into medicines, bullets into burst bullets, and arrows into fire arrows. The most expensive of that is herbs into medicines. That costs a full soul bar. But it's worth it because that's a full heal. What the fuck are the demons? Cowards. There we go. Why would you turn around? You're damn right I am, Clem. Well, I placed the Buddhist head, didn't I? Yes. I don't remember if it was essential. Bitch. The biggest risk you really run with doing the Dark Realm, fuck off, is that you can replenish, like, magic. You can't really replenish health. The ways to heal are healing items, of which there's a limited amount. And getting lucky with soul drops. Which isn't guaranteed. So, like, that's the risk you run with it. Alright, so let's make our way back. There are 2 places in the game to access the Dark Realm. We have seen both of them. The first is the one... No, first, we'll say the first is this one.
よう、そんなに驚くことはねえぜ。ちった付き合っていけよ。魔空空間ってとこがあってよ。先に進めば進むほど宝が手に入る夢のようなとこなんだが、お前行ってみるか？いいよいいよ。
I recommend like not doing it here, because the other location you can do it at has a magic fountain where you can fully replenish your magic, and a save point where you can save, because if you die in the Dark Realm, that's a game over. Just like definitely play it safe. My recommendation. My other recommendation is also like don't be afraid to use healing items in there. If you've got enough and you're not overusing them. Because the rewards you get at the bottom will make the rest of the game a cakewalk. There's one more boss fight we have to do before we can get the Bishamon sword after this. And that is a tricky boss fight. Boss fight is so tricky, there is a chest with a healing item in the boss fight. But like, after that, we can just straight get the Bishamon sword. And the Bishamon sword renders everything, like, no worry. Even the final boss.
お、また来やがってね。どうだい？魔空空間ってどこに行く気はねえか？生きて帰れる保証はねえけどよ。なんでもそれなりの褒美が手に入るって話だ。どうだい？せいぜい命だけでも持ち帰ってこいよな。よし、行くか
？So canonically, Samanosuke went into the Dark Realm, got to the bottom, got the Bishamon sword. As a result, after this game, Nobunaga ordered that guy, like I say, I believe his name is Minogoro, ordered him hunted down and had him killed for his aid to Samanosuke. And this is the Dark Realm. I think 20 floors of this. And we go up against every regular enemy in the game. This is going to be the location where I'll have to take on these guys, like, legitimately. Because you don't get one of them per floor. And I don't want to be, like, just using all my magic on these early ones. I need to bet that swing to get me. I'm still not entirely sure the specifics of, like, winning one of those locks. Because, like, I've won them, and I've lost them. I don't think I've won a single one in this playthrough. Which is kind of irritating. Yeah. Something like that. Smart weapons to use in this floor would have been the Shippu. I will do no such thing, Clint. I will take my chances otherwise. Ooh. Love when it flashes like that, because it means you've done an Easton, which is going to give you more souls and likely a healing soul as well. I hope somebody's counting these floors, because I'm not. I find the Shippu is good for situations where, yeah, you can knock enemies down, but you don't have the time to stab them. There are, I think, 2 pieces of fluorite in here, so if you want to, like, get all the fluorite, you do have to go through here. With any luck, by the end of this, though, we will have enough souls to upgrade all of the herbs we have left. I think the real question, Seek, is why doesn't your mouth have mouths? The medicine. For lack of trying. Imagine if your mouth had a mouth and then you could talk while you're talking. This is actually a good time for the Shippu special. Mostly just to deal with those guys. So, interesting thing about the magic refill, not something you would expect from a game of this time. Getting white or blue souls will refill your magic for every one of your weapons. You don't need to switch between them to refill for a specific weapon. Which I really like. Excellent. Thank you. All of that. I don't like fighting Reynaldos when anything else is around, because they're such a pain to deal with like that. because they can interrupt you while you're fighting other enemies. Like when they do that attack when they shove the tentacle in the ground and the tentacle will chase you. Really irritating. And that coming up, can we beat the Dark Realm before we do? I'm gonna say yes. We're going to beat the Dark Realm before we have the ad. So in Genma Onimusha, one of the things they change is the Dark Realm becomes available later, I think, or earlier, one of the two. But the important distinction is that there are 3 gauntlets in Genma. And the main gauntlet is the Ogre Tower, which is new. And completing that gets you the Ogre Armor, which is... Genma Onimusha has exclusive armor sets. You get the Ninja Suit instead of the Holy Armor, you get the Metal Armor instead of the Great Armor, and then the Ogre Armor is completely separate. There's no equivalent to it in OG Onimusha. It's your reward for completing the Ogre Tower. I'm not dealing with you. The talisman. I think we might have to snooze this out. Because I do want to beat this before we go on an ad break, and then we can wrap up with the end of the game. Why'd you stab the dude while he was down? Oh, 3 pieces of flora. I was wrong. I should show what the Soul Absorber does, shouldn't I? Automatically let you absorb a monster's energy. What it means is you can just absorb souls of anything within this circle. Come on. Motherfucker. Great for a crowd. Though, in all honesty, it's not an item with a whole lot of like, necessary use. I'm gonna use it like in the end game, so position ourselves better. We should use it here. It doesn't matter what it is. It is pretty useful, though the practical applications, I think, are kind of limited. No, I don't. What am I saying? No, it is pretty useful. I just don't think it's overly necessary. So I suppose it really does depend on like how much you're struggling with the game. But I think, like, the ones we've gotten, all three of them, are, like, everything that's in the game. And that is it. That's the Dark Realm. The reward for it is the Bishamon Ocarina. This Ocarina will help to awaken a sword. The trouble you end up with the Bishamon Ocarina is it can be a little unclear exactly when you want to use it. Now our maxed out gauntlet. The Dim Realm is exclusive to the Xbox version, which they didn't include in the remaster, and OG Xbox emulation isn't great. That's 11 medicines, more than enough. There we go. So, we're going to run this last ad, and then we're going to finish the game. I remember we're going to finish the game twice. We're going to do it with the Bishamon sword and without the Bishamon sword, so you see exactly how much of a difference it makes. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Awesome. I had the Dark Realm one pretty well. More concerned going into it that I'd used too many healing items, but no, I did pretty well. This has been a really good playthrough. I'm really happy with how this has gone. Hmm. I didn't embarrass myself. That would have been the worst. Seriously, like Prime Hack. See how viable it is. Mostly just because, like, it's nice to have comfortable, portable way to play Prime 3. Prime Hack stopped working on my system for some reason. I don't know why. My computer. This is the stuff you get exclusive to either subscribing to the Twitch or watching the YouTube archive. You're not really missing much if you don't. Star Wars month beginning very soon. Looking forward to that. 2 years since the last Star Wars month. Oh, you're subscribed. I always forget you're subscribed to. You resubbed in this stream and I forgot you were subscribed. I did sing a little ditty during the first ad break. To be fair, like, I don't expect people to actually pay money to watch me. Okay? Let's do this. Let's go finish the game. Fuck out of here. Like, here I am, like, really impressed at, like, how well I've done this playthrough. I don't expect people to pay money to see this. Has it been the best playthrough? No. Alright. Here we go. This is a point of no return. You know, I think I know who you're talking about, Ninja. No, Teague. It's a point of no return. The arrow is a point. You fire it and it doesn't return. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, definitely. Like, honestly, if you guys want to give me money for stuff, then like that's absolutely great, and I very much appreciate it. You are absolutely not expected or required to. I'm here to play video games. If you guys are here, that's great. If you're not, I'm fine. I'm here to play the video games. This is Guildenstern's final appearance in this game. And the return of Marcellus. Also where you learn Marcellus's name. So I'm gonna hit you really hard, and I'm gonna hope you go down. Okay, so with his shield broken, he gets 2 swords, which is kind of cool. Wish I could have 2 swords. But nope, not until Onimusha 3. Ouch. So, fuck. I'm sorry, I accidentally switched the game to widescreen. Let me make sure I heal first, because, there we go. What's he to do by a tyrant? Which dude? Samanosuke or, Marcellus? Oh, Marcellus. Look, I have a controller shortcut for, like, changing the aspect ratio. I just think it's a good thing to have. I don't have the controller shortcut set on the PC for increasing and decreasing resolution. Yeah. A fight that's, like, legitimately worrying enough that they give you a medicine in the boss room. What does this mean? It's very easy to not understand what this means. What it means is use the Bishamon Ocarina here. But like, even with the Bishamon Ocarina, it's entirely possible you won't realise that's what that means. You could think, like, oh, this is something we'll come back to deal with. Like, maybe find another item to open it. No, we go through this door, and that leads us on a downward spiral towards the final boss. And once we go down into the room, the door at the bottom, that's it, we're locked in there for the final boss. Here it is. The Bishamon sword.
これは
This is what we work for. Powerful sword has been sealed by demons. This is what you clear the Dark Realm for. I'm not even upgrading those for any reason. I'm not going to use them. You're right, Ninja, it's not. I want the Shifu for this. So, what I'm going to do... That's the earliest you can get the Bishamon sword. Like, you can clear the Dark Realm as early as it becomes available. There's no point because you don't get the reward for it until right then, when you are trapped in endgame. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you the game as it plays without the Bishamon sword, and then after we've finished the game, I'm going to show you how much difference the Bishamon sword makes. It's like the closest equivalent I can think of to how much easier it makes like, the final boss is Majora's Mask. If you go into Majora's Mask's final boss with the first deity mask, and the boss fight is so much easier. So this is basically a spawn point. Reynaldo's will continuously spawn from here. I don't think you can do anything to stop that. And it doesn't really matter. I suppose they're there if you haven't fully upgraded your weapons yet. Like, so you can just keep killing them and get the souls and then, like, finish upgrading your equipment. And I believe 2 medicines. Yes. Yeah, this door, we go through this, final boss, locked into the game. So there's nothing else you can do with the Bishamon sword. You can't go out and have fun with it. That's right, we're gonna get revenge for Richard.
絶望の杯に満たされた
So now, essentially what this is the dark ceremony is about to begin, and Nobunaga is on his way to, like, receive the dark ceremony, which will give him great power. All that needs to be done is for Fortinbras to bless Yukihime. And bless her blood. And then kill her, make a grail out of her skull, and like Nobunaga drink it. But the ceremony is also intended for them to kill Yumimaru in front of Yukihime, so her sorrow will be at its greatest. And then they kill her. Apparently that amplifies it. Took too long and the magic disappeared. In all honesty, yeah, the trick is stun lock. In all honesty, this isn't a difficult fight. I think as long as you've got enough healing items to learn his attacks, like, you really shouldn't have trouble with it. I think one thing I do really appreciate about this, that like really helps it from being an overly difficult fight that you will not enjoy, is that the camera is in a specific place. Like, it's locked. Fortinbras does not move around. So it avoids the big trouble that Resident Evil boss fights face, where the boss is fast, and like you have trouble keeping up with it and seeing it between camera angles. Like, that's always been Resident Evil's problem. But with this, it does come down to like just skill, which I really appreciate at the end of this game. There it is. Onimusha. Stab him in the eye. Don't put your sword away. Thank you.
お兄ちゃん。
早く逃げるんだ。
The trouble with that idea, Ninja, is Fortinbras would still be alive if they'd gotten out sooner. It would have ultimately resulted in things being worse overall. Samanosuke wouldn't have become an Onimusha here, and Fortinbras would have still been alive.
様之助の活躍で玄馬の野望は一旦は打ち砕かれた。だが明くる年、斎藤義達が病死し、安具な息子辰興が国主になると、再び織田軍が美濃へ進発。ついに稲葉山城は落城。ここに斎藤家は没落したのである。この陰に玄馬の暗躍があったかどうかを知る者はない。斎藤家没落後、雪姫は斎藤家とゆかりの深かった堺の豪商今井宗久のところへ一旦は身を寄せたが、一月も経たないうちに忽然と姿を消した。宗久の計らいで南蛮船に乗り世界へと旅立ったのである。その旅には夢丸も従っていた。様之助に教えられた通り、その目で世界を見るつもりだったのである。一方楓は様之助を必死に探し続けたが見つけることはできなかった。明くる年、様之助の叔父の明智光秀に隠密として抱えられ、数々の功績を残したが、14年後山崎の合戦でその生涯を閉じた。そして様之助は玄馬を倒した後、養として行方が知れず、その生死も定かではなかった。
Kaede does meet Samanosuke again in Onimusha Blade Warriors, which is a game I would be very surprised if they remaster. Because it is basically Onimusha Smash. It's the best way to describe it. It's not even... People will call it a fighting game. It's Onimusha Smash. So there's several things to go over in that. The Dark Ceremony was not completed. As a result, the contract was broken, and Nobunaga does not become slave to the Genma. This follows up in Onimusha 2 with Nobunaga being the Genma Lord. He ends up taking control of the Genma. Because he's not bound to them as a result of the Dark Ceremony not being carried out. Samanosuke awakens his abilities as Onimusha there, an Oni warrior, which leads him to travel alone for an extended period because he's afraid that that will lose control. Because he very clearly didn't have control there when he killed Fortinbras. and he's afraid that it will end with him hurting the people he cares about. So he leaves to travel to learn to control the power. At the time of Onimusha 3, Samanosuke has control of it, and it's a gameplay mechanic. You can turn into an Onimusha. Princess Yuki and Yumimaru do not return in the series, presumably they're off traveling the world. Samanosuke is absent in Onimusha 2, though he is mentioned. The main character is Jubei Yagyu, who is a descendant of the Oni. Samanosuke does return in Onimusha Blade Warriors, which is set between 2 and 3, and is required. Kaede was believed to have been killed by Garrigan, who is a Genma who appears in Blade Warriors and the intro of Onimusha 3. A recent manga came out that retconned that. She's killed by Tokichiro, the little guy who was trying to capture Yumimaru. Yumimaru. She's killed by him, taking a bullet that was meant for Samanosuke, as depicted in the manga. I don't believe Tokichiro reappears in 2, he's not in 3. Oh, he is in 3, he's in the ending of 3. And he becomes the major antagonist of... Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. I don't think there's anything else of relevance to this ending to answer that isn't just going to be outright spoilers for later games. It's like, they tell you Kaede died, telling you exactly how she died isn't a spoiler for the game, because that death was never depicted in the games. Telling you that Samanosuke survived isn't a spoiler because he returns in Onimusha 3, which at this point is common knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting for the post-credits scene, yeah. There's a lot of Samanosuke survives. Oh, you didn't know, you didn't look at the box art for Onimusha 3? Well, post-credits. Oh. Because we're gonna load the game, and we're gonna do it again. This time with the Bishamon sword. Now, Ninja, you said you haven't finished the Dark Realm. Slim, did you beat the Dark Realm? It is faster. It really is faster. You did. Did you use the Bishamon Ocarina to get the Bishamon sword? You did. Excellent. So you already know how this is going to go. So the Bishamon sword has no magic meter. Take off stream to do the Dark Realm and get the sword. Alright. It's like you can see, it kills Ronaldo's in like just a single hit. Three hits for that. This is the magic attack. There is no magic meter, so you're not limited. Dude, clear your throat.
Yamero! が滅びようとお前だけは必ず倒す。
That's a really good transition, though. Like, it zooms out, and because the background is pre-rendered, the zoom out is an FMV with the character models overlaid on top of it, and it's really smooth. And there you go. That's how much easier the Bishamon sword makes it. Like, it's worth getting. But I don't think you get anything special, like, with a completed save for having the Bishamon sword. Which is disappointing, because, like, it would be really nice if you did. And now the special trailer.
時は10年後
Actually, is this available in English?
Ten years have passed. A new hero arrives with the power. Onimusha lives.
I can't believe they just, like, reused the Onimusha 1 logo, including Warlords, and just put a 2 behind it. Because it's not Onimusha Warlords 2, it's Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny. Alright, let's take a look at Samanosuke Extra for you guys, real quick.
This way, sir. If our princess is at the keep, there are 2 ways to get there. The western path, or the northern passage.
Kaede, I'll go north. You follow them through the other way.
Understand.
Understand.
Princess Yuki!
I feel like unlockable costumes for finishing games have become, like, so uncommon.
Princess Yuki, Your
Like,
Highness.
frustratingly so, because they're a fun reward.
Samanosuke, it's really you. Oh, I knew that you would come to save me. I have missed you so much since you left the castle.
Like, this one kind of reminds me of one of the bonus costumes in God of War 2 called God of War, where Kratos dresses in a fish costume.
Flee while you can, you worthless bug.
Princess.
Samanosuke. Samanosuke. Wake up, Samanosuke.
So we played in Japanese, with the Japanese voices, specifically for, like, consistency between games. Because I want to do Onimusha 2 with Japanese voices and Onimusha 3 with Japanese voices. For the consistency of the voice actors. But, like, it is worth playing Onimusha 1 with English voices. Because it's, like, RE1 levels of...
We will give you our powers.
Like, not great. Is it?
The plan of ogres that has been subverted by demons.
You know what? It's not as fun as RE1, but it's not as good as RE2. It's somewhere in the middle.
Samanosuke, defeat and seal their souls. To your right hand.
Oh, wonderful.
All the demons.
Onimusha 3 does have, like, known professional voice actors in it, though. Like, Samanosuke is voiced by Robin Atkin Downs, and Jacques.
So, fortune has smiled.
I can't remember his second name. Jacques is voiced by Jean Reno in French, and then when he's voiced in English, he's voiced by Paul Mercier,
Save the princess.
who you may recognize as the voice of Leon in OG 4. Which I still think is like I hope it was intentional that they got the guy who voiced Leon in RE4 to like fulfill the joke of professional mode in that game. Because it's like Leon the Professional, the movie starring Jean Reno. And then in the game Capcom made starring Jean Reno, he's voiced by the guy who voiced Leon. I hope it was intentional.
Hurry! Monsters! Close the door now!
But someone is there!
Get him!
It's a real shame that there's not like a completion bonus of like starting with all the weapons fully upgraded, like carrying that over, or like the full health and magic you had or whatnot, or like a special new game weapon. If they're concerned that having all the weapons as upgraded as they were will break progression because you'll be able to go through the locked orb doors.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
It's
happened to you?
Real shame they don't have anything like
They came
that.
out of nowhere and attacked us.
The keep may have also been attacked by them.
The keep is ahead of us that way?
Right. The forest road there is a shortcut to the keep.
I see.
Imagine how much harder Samanosuke's quest would have been if this hole hadn't opened up. Because he wouldn't have gotten the Ryzen. And the Ryzen is the specific weapon he had when fighting Osric. Because he gets the Ryu afterwards. Like, this hole hadn't opened up, chances are Samanosuke would have died fighting Osric again. And the hints I was making earlier, the connection of the names, it's a connection that continues throughout the Onimusha series of the Genma being named after characters from Hamlet. Double whammy. And that's how it looks with one of the Oni weapons. But this has been Onimusha, the original Onimusha Warlords. The game, I think, is genuinely really solid, but pales in comparison to what came afterwards. And I'm glad that Capcom's finally releasing... I think next month, it's in May it's happening, they're finally releasing Onimusha 2 in HD, so more people can play them, because they're worth playing. Like, they really are. It's a really strong start to the series, I think. And it's a lot of fun to play. I really enjoyed playing this. I'm glad I didn't fuck up and embarrass myself, because that would have been the worst. No, I did actually quite well. I'm really happy with that. Well, that is going to be it for us for today. We'll be back tomorrow with the conclusion of Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. And then Wednesday. We'll probably be back Wednesday with something. Another single session game, ideally, because I don't want to start anything new before Star Wars month. And with Tales of Vesperia, I think we're in a position where I can stop for a month and I'll still know what I'm doing. Because it's super unlikely I would have finished it before Star Wars month now. It's like, we'll see. We'll see what there is. As a result of us doing this today, Onimusha 2 is on the Wheel of Games. Once again, I will not be doing the HD version for that. I don't know whether I'll have bought it by then, but I'll be doing the PS2 versions of all of these. And we'll probably do Onimusha Blade Warriors as well, at some point after 2. Yeah, I hope everybody's enjoyed the stream. I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always best part of the stream. Clem, Ninja, Teak, Peach. That was everybody? Oh, Jesse was here. Jesse. Yes. Thank you so much for joining me and keeping company. Chat is always best part of the stream. Like I say, back tomorrow with the conclusion of Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. And I'll go through the list and see what there is that I think I can do in a single session. Right now. Check that right now. probably do Young and Evil in a single session, but it'd be a long session. Mirror's Edge. I can do. Yeah, there's a few possibilities here. Few possibilities indeed. I'll come back to it. I'll decide something before the Wednesday stream. Unless I take a day off on Wednesday. But it will be a single session playthrough. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Teak is currently live playing Disco Elysium. So feel free to check him out. But in the meantime, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.